I was just gotta bear with me this morning. Sorry I'm late. Discord audio. Oh, I'm still muted. Sorry about that. Cool. Ding ding. Fubo is just ripping out of the gate again. Be really careful with any semiconductor plays. Especially right now. Samsung came out with like a big like reduced manufacturing and reduced demand statement this morning. Balance of trade is down pretty significantly, so we're carrying less of a trade deficit than the previous month, which is like a big economic slowdown signal. A fucking bounce. Good morning. What time is Fed minutes? That's not today. Fed speeches today. Uh 10 o'clock, I think, Mester. Yeah, 10 a.m. is Mester and 12:35 Brainerd. Barkin already spoke this morning. Why not short them now as they're up on the news? I'd be careful with that. Just because Samsung's reported reduced expectations doesn't mean that, TSMC is going to. At least not yet. I'm starting to think that my $4 Fubo covered calls are not safe. They may not be. Let's see, Dixie is still up. Silver up. Ooh, bonds moved up today. T-bond futures up 54 basis points and NASDAQ rising. I think I'll grab some. Maybe I'll grab some at the money TQQQ. We're still targeting above 30 for your sold call strikes on GME if we stay in this price range. Yeah, I think so. Although GME's rising a little bit. Let's see here. Obviously, those aren't fucking worth it. Getting slightly better prices on like the 50s. I've eased down a bit this morning. Man, I do not understand this earnings IV whatsoever. How is Avia? Eh. It broke too, which I think is good for it. Yeah, probably a little pullback here at resistance. Thoughts on Root being at the top of Fintel's Gamma short squeeze last night? Do you put any weight on this Fintel list? Not really. Let's take a look. Oh. It's number 2. Out of the money put call ratio. And put call ratio is 0.06. Honestly, I'd say Kirkland looks more interesting. Um, Still looks kind of awful. From what though? Like, where's the OI? Like, I understand there's no put OI, but there's no fucking call OI there. There's a shitload of interest on the pre-split chain still. But those are only worth 5. Those contracts are only worth 5 shares each. There's no open interest on this chain at all. Look at this. Like the 2-year leap has like 30 contracts. The 1-year leap has like fucking what, 500? Like there's a shitload of interest on well, specifically the leap. Like the leap split contracts. Yeah, these have a lot. It's in the money, but they're only worth 5 shares each. I think so it might be picking up like the amount of the chain that's moved into the money. I'm not sure why it's displaying gamma squeeze potential because this call chain's dead. Discord audio should be on, yeah. Why the fuck is Spy ripping so hard? Bounce off 3090. it can move up to like 30.95 again. Although I somehow doubt that it will make it all the way there. Did you read the update I posted last night for the SPY? If you put your tinfoil hat on, do you really think some of these hedge funds keep tabs on your screen? I mean, I don't think it's nuts to assume you're being monitored on stream by hedgies. I don't know. I don't think so. I was looking at. Hey, look, BBBY is 70 cents higher. We definitely aren't watching. Cool. Thank God. I was worried there for a second. I was like, "Oh no, they're gonna steal my stock plays." Don't worry about Bobby. It's dead and done. I know. Looks like it's still got some ETF FTDs though. Fubo and maybe Revlon too. GMEs should be very small now. Fubo Rev and Bobby are all Russell 2K. And they're all running this morning, so that makes sense. How's IWM doing? The fuck did it go? Yeah, IWM's ripping. Those hedgies aren't watching, my fellow apes. By the way, if those darn hedge funds were to try and get out of covering GME next Apex, how would they do it? Hypothetically, of course. I mean, the August tactic of just simply not having anything due seems very effective. Maybe not a hedge fund manager, but a smooth brain intern who got the job thanks to nepotism might be ghosting your plays. No, no, Wall Street bets and SS bashing BBBY all week, so it's dead. I see. You keep fighting the good fight wrestling here. Sava's still doing ups continued from yesterday. Sava might just be like starting to squeeze again. Ooh, Revlon's moving up nicely. Wheat just chopping? Wheat's up this morning, 5%. Quite a bit. This will look strong this morning. Any upside price targets? Yeah, Tesla looked pretty good at the end of yesterday too. It's right against its resistance at 280. Like, well, it tested that resistance at 280. Let's see. The next one, 280, 281.81, and the trend is at like 279. So right in that range. If it breaks to the upside of 281, it starts to get a little bit more room. And then the next one after that is 292.77. Stopped out. Lame. How many MOASs have you traded in your life? 0. With weird IV on Jimmy right now, still hopes of IV going up today as we get closer to earnings. Hopefully. I'm not sure why IV was down at market open today. That was really strange. Are there any plays to capitalize on Europe's impending energy crisis? Sure. You can short galvanizers, you can go long natural gas. Coal might be a good play. Thoughts on the Rex inverse GME ETF? Nothing. It shouldn't do anything. It's all swap based. Rev FTDs for today and tomorrow, you said. ETF FTDs actually continue all the way through, I believe it's the 9th. Yeah, because it's a 6-day window total. It's just that GME's count fell off after yesterday. So there's just not as many. Gap down on SPX. I got stopped out. Probably play the short side of this though. Oops. Go for today's expiration. That's why we didn't have price appreciation from FTDs on GME for the last 3 days. I think we would have seen some yesterday had the market not tanked. Yesterday was the largest volume day for covering, and we saw plenty of volume, but we also saw like 100 BPS downturn in all the primary indexes. So gobbled up. If you don't have enough buy pressure to offset the sell pressure, you're not going to go up. All right, I think it's going to break. Yeah. They're probably back down to fill this morning's gaps on the SPX. Jimmy's kind of stable. 2450 range. It's a little below resistance right now. If this slips probably below 24, we might be going down to like 2250. There's absolutely no liquidity in the market. Wheat and gas going up while oil going down. Yeah, oil actually dropped kind of hard this morning, huh? 286 basis points. Jesus. That had to have been recently. When I first woke up, it was doing okay. It was up at like 87, like 87 a barrel. T-bonds still moving up, which is really bullish. Nasdaq 100 moving up, although not in a realizable way, according to my TQQQ fucking calls. Um, hey Girk, am I a real boy? I don't know. Is Oxy become an attractive target if it continues to drop? Yeah, if you can get it cheaper than Buffett. Yeah, the strong dollar is bad, I know. Thanks, Rusty. Any thoughts on DTC? Seems like a decent play with a minimal downside risk, like Fubo. Solar brands? I really don't know much about them. Let's see. $7 million share free float, 250,000 market cap. Solo. This this has been brought up before, and it's not the company that makes the cups, right? If it was the company that makes the cups, I'd be fucking all about it. Danish solar company? Eh. Tesla is straight up. Okay. Bought GME at $40. Thanks, no packs. Why the fuck would you buy GME at $40? Solo cups are being replaced by aluminum solo-like cups. If you haven't tried them, you're missing out. So nice and cold and reusable and recyclable. You would know. Oxy at 60, same like BTU at 20. I think you want it below 60. Like 50, 54. Of course, when it falls that low, you might have to compete with Berkshire Hathaway for shares, but have you bought a few shares at 55 in May? I mean, I've bought like one or two shares for like fun at those prices, but not like an actual position. Like the lows of our cycle last year were still like 140. I understand people are underwater, but he's blaming OPEX for being underwater, which makes no sense to me. I'm trying to gain some exposure to beans. Recommendations in the sector. Like soy? Luckily I'm scuba certified. Just any kind of bean, really. I like beans. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's commodities that you can trade on all of the bean products. Um, Chipotle would give you bean exposure. Why am I still looking at this stock? I know nothing about it. I'll check it out. Oh no. Hey, gap fill. That's what I wanted. Woo. See, this is why I love SPX. It's like an easy $1,000. Would core commodities be a good pick as global warming gets worse? Probably. You could also play fertilizer, wheat, um, fertilizer, corn, and wheat are big ones. There's more grain commodities you can play. There's like a grains sub index that you could play that kind of covers all of them. Beans are greater than corn. Ice too. People will want ice when it's hotter. Okay, I don't think there's an ice, like a way to trade ice. Yeah, who'd have thought if you bought options costing several $1,000s, you'd make a lot of money if it goes your way? I don't know, but whoever thought it up was a great idea. You still planning to sell GME CCs today? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You can pop beans if you try hard. I like this guy. I like this bean guy. You're moving up in the world. Jesus Christ. Bean guy's a shill. What if Jimmy comes out and says they've made 32 billion Doge from their NFT market? That doesn't that doesn't sound bullish at all. GameStop's making less off of the NFT marketplace than I make off of my shitty day trades. That's on AR today. Oh, how's it doing? Oh, nice. It's starting to recover a little bit too. Um, I don't know if I'd play 40 on it at these prices, but maybe like 38. Could be a nice bounce off the downside resistance. Might not be worth it. It really didn't pick up as much interest as I was hoping. There's an XRT today. XRT is ripping. Rivian up for no reason again. Oh shit! I have food. 1 second. WeBull? Yeah, why not? All right, I'll be right back. Take a look at. Hold on. I gotcha. Mhm. Take a look at BGI, Canadian jewelry company with years of gold stored. Real tradable share count only 4.5 million, with small group of investors holding 4.2. Weathered major market drops without issues. Minimal shares available. $8 soon with buy pressure. Hmm. Look at this. BGI. Burks Group? Why not just buy gold? Like, if you want gold exposure, you can just buy gold. Or has somebody been shorting them? No. Or at least there's no reported short interest. Just go pan for gold in a river. Probably better returns than buying gold in the market. Yeah, I looked at the chart. How much fool's gold is equal to one real gold? They're not the same thing. What's up with Apple? Do they know they have an event today? I'm sure they're aware. Bank of Canada hikes policy interest rate by 75 BPS. Who cares? No offense to the Canadians, but Jimmy fell off your screen. God damn. Yeah, it looks like we're headed for 2250. There's FXY. You can go long on futures on yen. Rev looks like it's gonna have a slow day today. Well, at least so far. About to touch the 200 EMA. If it hits 2280, which seems to result in a pretty massive bounce in the past. You mean when it dropped to Vega neutral? Vega neutral's really low right now, though. It's rising, I think, over yesterday. What do you think of GME 25C for October monthlies? Not bad. They could be a little pricey right now compared to after earnings. With the shorting into GME earnings, does it make you consider a positive reaction to GME earnings? Expectations seem to be set pretty low. It's possible. I would say, let's see, what could they really pull off? Maybe slightly better than anticipated EPS. The Sicilians bumped the VIG 50% to 15% weekly. Thank you, Grandpa John. Jimmy down 55% in less than a month. Yeah. It does this every once in a while. It's usually a good thing. One day it won't be, and everyone will be sad. Is active shorting a positive omen for next week? It's positive omen for the week after next. So out of the money calls are really cheap right now, but IV's kind of high. I still plan to wait till after earnings before buying into any kind of like long positions. Could 1.3 trillion margin call in EU cause a domino effect in the US? Yeah. Go lower. Why am I looking at Apple on two screens? Where's Revlon? Hey, Jamie found some support. I remember when Jamie went down more than 50% in a matter of minutes. Those are the days. Jamie leaps now, however, is just chef's kiss. Yeah, they're very cheap. You think they can skip September OPEX or unlikely? We'll see. XRT puts are kind of high. We have some negative delta, which is good. So it's looking promising. Would you consider buying more GME shares at this price? No. The part of the Canadian rate hike that should correlate tonus ones is the forward outlook said more hikes in this range are coming. Yeah, the Fed already said that, though. Like, we expect the Fed to move out of the neutral rate in September. Are you interested in GME leaps? If not, why not? I don't think if it holds any significantly higher valuation that it's going to retain it. So why would I buy something so far dated? Like, I don't really have a reason to buy leaps on GME right now. Also, I own plenty of stock. So it's not like I want to buy GME in 2 years at this price. Sell PMCCs instead of CCs? Yeah, you can do that. You generally want your leaps kind of in the money for that, but yeah. I mean, I can just sell naked calls if I really want to do that, though. Rev or Jimmy, in your opinion? I think someone just knocked on my door. For OPEX. I mean, Revlon's kind of an unknown, right? If there is like an OPEX event, right, across the entire basket, it'll be the first one since May. And Revlon really hasn't been a thing since until like June. So it'll be interesting. It's me. I brought you an aluminum cup to try. Oh, thanks. I'll go check. I think someone dropped something off because they would have knocked again, right? If it had been different. Revs nailed to 666 because of the put volume at 7. Big put wall, right? Same shit that was going on Bobby. Can you full port into Rev, light this fuse, then make us all your bag holders when you Persian rug pull us? No? Given Rev is an unknown, then, wouldn't it be more attractive from a high risk perspective? Because this could be the first real spike in its volatility cycle. I mean, my exposure to Revlon right now is pretty fucking significant. So, yeah, I think I have enough. It's definitely riskier. Not sure if you said already, but when are you planning to get positions for GME for OPEX? After earnings. Always after earnings. We see a huge amount of margin calls as a result of ISDA Phase 6 margin requirements. Probably not. You know, they've only had a year and a half to prepare for the release of, or for the change in margin requirements, right? So I think they're ready, you know? I know it seems crazy that businesses would be prepared for an event a year out from the time it was announced, but they usually are. It's almost like it's their job to not get margin called. Why do people think that that's gonna like trigger a squeeze? Man, you guys got to stop digging so deep for hopium. I licked your breakfast to make sure that it didn't contain any poison. Also, your package delivered last weekend is now ready for pickup at the desk. You're welcome. Ah, fantastic. How does Cat look at the moment to enter a pickle picks position? Decent. It's fallen below the 78 resistance. Let me think about this. I mean, it's below risk, but I haven't cut my position yet. I might average it down if it finds stability. 178.50 is an extremely important support. So I think I'll set a stop. Yeah, I'm gonna set a stop below that, actually. I don't really have a very big position on Cat right now, so I wasn't really paying attention to it, but yeah, I'm gonna set a stop below 178.50, and then it seems, I mean, if you're going long, it's possible it bounces. How's Dow doing? Exports were up, which should be good for Caterpillar to some extent. Technicals aren't great. So fucking undervalued. You know what? Maybe I'll move that down a little. Move that down to 178. Dow's doing kind of okay. Hanging in there. Up 23 basis points. Futures are up. 3 basis points on the Dow 30. Yeah, could be a decent entry for Cat. I don't hate it. Ooh, fuck. What the hell just happened with Apple? I got the fill. Nice. Okay, Dow's pulling up. That looks bullish. Yeah, might not be a terrible entry on this bounce for the short-term cat calls. I kind of like it. I might buy some more. Cat's generally a little more stable in these price ranges. It starts to pick up volatility below like 178 and above 200. But in this lower end of the range, it tends to be fairly stable and will usually bounce. GME. GME seems to have stabilized a little bit at 2363. SPX pushing up. Apple event is at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay. How are you selling CCs today if earnings at 5? Can you sell after hours in your account? I'm gonna sell them before earnings. How short is cat short term 916s? Yeah. I'm targeting the 916 like 180 I just bought. I have a couple 180 275s from yesterday. I'm guessing the Fed speech was a little catalyzing. That was what, Mester? Did Mester say anything relevant? Did anybody listen to it? He just said inflation hasn't peaked. Well, it looks like about 15 minutes into his speech, he said something that people liked a lot. Inflation likely to cool between 5 and 6% by 2023. Okay. I have no idea who. I just know their names. I don't know. I don't know their genders. I only know J-Pow's gender, and that's Bull Daddy. Doesn't this usually happen? Stocks go up during the speech and then tumble immediately afterwards. I don't care as long as they go up. What's your price target on the short-term cat bounce? It's in the chart from last night, Mike. High 185.60 or mid 185.60. High PT is 189.65. That might be his gender, but he's baresexual and everyone knows it. I've never seen a human as sad as Jerome Powell saying hawkish things. Like when they force him to say hawkish things, he looks like he's been abused for weeks. Like they had to keep him in a little cage and not feed him. Have you ever seen anyone as excited about talking about losses as me? Yes. Well, equivalently excited about losing money. If you want to come out, Jerome, you have to say the thing. Why is Tesla not dead? I mean, it benefits a lot from the inflation bill. Also, Tesla doesn't care about the rest of the market. People are just buying it because they like Tesla. That's the bull case for Tesla. People like it. What's Revlon doing? Nothing. Nothing at all. Why are higher strikes more profitable in a run up, even when they don't go in the money? Can you explain that? They have extrinsic value, or extrinsic value, and intrinsic value increase as the price rises. So there's more intrinsic value that can be added to their premium as the price goes up. Whereas like an at the money or an in the money option has less potential value because you've paid for the value up front. I think that's a good way to describe it. Fubo press release: Sportsbook launches statewide. Come for the pork roll, stay for the Fubo betting. You guys ever bang a girl from New Jersey and then your hands are orange for a week? I want an autographed Xbox controller from Cyber Crew. Cool. I don't know what the second half of that means, but bullish. From the Cheeto dust. Transitory spray tans. I'm sure it can, hella. Yes, I've taken out the trash in Jersey before. Came home with a gift, too. Was it crabs? Did you get crabs? New low on ACIW. Congratulations. Hey, Greg, with CPI and Fed meeting coming in the next 2 weeks, are you expecting big downs below 30.80? Is it good to prepare for a short puts position this week? Probably. What's your readjusted PT on Cat? I didn't adjust it. Cat's okay. I liked the, well, it moved up, but I liked it here at 78.50 5 minutes ago when people were not chasing it. I like it less now at 79.93. What's Fubo doing? I don't know. Ah, Rebecca, a stable ship in such uncertain times. Keep doing nothing. You'll go when you're ready. Steady as she goes, lads. Steady as she goes. Market rocketing, GME not moving. OPEC's really gonna happen, huh? Gonna be my first OPEX I make money on. That's putting the cart before the horse a bit now. No offense, Jettle, but people have been well prepared for OPEX in the past and still managed to lose money, even if it did run. Why Apple negative beta? I think Apple's being shorted a little bit, which I'm okay with. What's good with fertilizer stocks? Why only down? Well, no one needs it now. The growing part of the year is mostly done. The demand for fertilizer is going to fall off. It'll pick up into like late winter. Southern hemisphere is still going. Yeah, but the demand doesn't seem to be as high. Southern hemisphere farming will probably stabilize prices. But if like the war in Ukraine is still continuing into the end of this year, beginning of next, fertilizer's gonna run hard again. GME leaps have good sensitivity to a potential IV spike come OPEX. Their sensitivity isn't great, but it's okay. Like the Jan 24 leaps are alright. Obviously, as the price rises, their Vega sensitivity goes up, or their Vega goes up. So their IV sensitivity goes up. Fertilizer bought so much in advance because of the scare, pump and dump like oil. Yeah, like a bar, right? Over exuberance, leading to a crash that then recovers and value is slowly realized over time to the same highs. It's the same psychological effect, just on a much bigger scale. No, Apple, what are you doing? Why are you going down? That's too far. You can't go down that far. A little bit more put profit taking on SPX today, looks like. For the 9/7 expiration. 9/16 still just loaded to the tits with puts, though. Um, what's a hemisphere? Ugh, I'm not talking to you. That's great news because my portfolio is full of fertilizer. GME price target for possible OPEX. Whatever Gamma Max is at the time. Could we go long on graphite? Oh, you missed that boat. Currently reading options is a strategic investment. There are not any pop-up pictures. True. Oh my god. I need to write an options pop-up book, don't I? You check dark pool volume to see if they're internalizing. I mean, who gives a shit if the price isn't going up? Dark pool at 58%. You just nailed it, brother. I would invest in an options pop-up book. How can I help? Your pop-up book could have a slide rule Black-Scholes calculator. Oh, so it's got like some built-in planned obsolescence. Like I make the slide rule Black-Scholes calculator with slightly thinner paper, so it breaks, and then you have to buy a new copy. Genius. Hmm. My Apple chart. Okay. Huh. 153.64 risk? Sure. Sorry, one sec. I'm trying to look at this. I'm not gonna lie, Apple looking like a giant fucking inverse head and shoulders. If it ever finds support somewhere. Huh. I've never been bitten by a turtle. Have you? How low can Jimmy go before OPEX? Um, like lowest possible price 20 2005. I guess potentially 1889. Although I would say like the 2005 and 1958 range. Yeah, let's say 2005 and 1947 are the lowest, probably the lowest possible prices. You have to remember under 20, even under 25, retail interest picks up massively. Like at 20, I start buying GME, right? They might get hit hard after earnings. They might just not get hit much at all. Something to consider. $16 to $18 is arguably fair value at the moment. Yeah. I see it going below 20 happening after earnings. Very possible. Yeah. I think they're mixing it up short before earnings. Why not both? I think there's plenty of shares to borrow, right? Is it a bad sign for the markets that Kim Kardashian is starting her own private equity firm? Probably more of a like bad news for society than anything else. What do you think about the fact that S&P is already below pre-pandemic levels and you factor in the increase in money supply? Some are calling this the bottom. Huh. I would disagree strongly. I think forward multiples are still way too fucking high given not only the stronger dollar but shrinking markets and narrowing margins across the board mean that many of the mega caps that support these current market valuations are valued far too highly. I would say this is nowhere fucking near the bottom when, stocks like Tesla are still trading at like 100x multiple. Isn't the bottom zero? I could think we could see 320. I think we could see like 280, 260, given enough time. Cat thinking about going green. Yeah, it's looking good. Short-term cap play for the win. You think an S&P possible bottom could be under 250? I don't think it's out of the question. We probably already covered this, but any thoughts on that run from Fubo? The one on the 16th or the like move yesterday? Yesterday, I think we saw some ETF FTDs. I think we saw some more this morning, but they were minimal. You can be paid to buy things. It's not a crazy, it's a crazy concept. You're not wrong, Dunstan. Is Powell going to be a Dove or a Hawk, you think, Friday? Wait, isn't he speaking Thursday or tomorrow? I thought he was speaking tomorrow. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Oh, he is speaking. No. Wait. Yeah, he speaks tomorrow at 9:10 before market open. Sava about to squat. Let's check it out. Ooh, maybe. Okay, I'll play some 29.50 calls. It's a nice setup. Why is the spread so wide? If Kim Kardashian becomes the greatest trader of our generation, will you quit? Absolutely not. I would just ghost her plays. Is a yen currency ETF a poor play right now, or is the yen just going to continue its free fall? I would expect yen to go up in the future. I'll look on GME over the next few months. Well, I think we'll get some OPEC's price action for September, which would be cool. And then, back to the usual business. You expect another bear rally in October if shorts start taking profit to reposition. If shorts start taking profit to reposition, the rally would happen before October. Most of the big put positions right now are on like the September 16th expiry that are still like in the money. So it'd be like mid to end of September rally. which could very well get just obliterated by whatever news the Fed comes out with. Cat falling? No. Really? Like, fucking barely. Man, Sava's not really trading much volume nowadays, is it? Seems to be so much more exciting. Remember when Sava was like hundreds of dollars and had like 700% IV? I feel like the rally makes more sense before SLD, Dunkston. What'd be interesting is if we see like late profit taking in the SLD period, because that could stabilize. Ooh, that could stabilize the SLD drop. September 14th through the 21st. No, 19th. Sorry. September 14th through the 19th. Remember yesterday wishing that Apple wouldn't follow the market? Today I wish it would. Give it time. You know, I think there's a little bit of shorting before their like event today. So I think that's why you're seeing some deviation, because these should basically be in line with each other. Ah, what a piece of shit. Fuck you, Cassava Sciences. People are still pumping Nokia. You mean people are still bag holding Nokia? It's like $7. When do you expect Rev to have some volume come in? We'll see what happens today and tomorrow. Um, it may have some, it may not. If not, I'm looking towards like OPEX. If nothing for OPEX, the delisting hearing. That's where Revlon gets scary. You gotta have some balls of steel to carry calls into the delisting hearing. Savin never released any liquidity? Interesting. I thought they did a share offering. Balls of steel, same like no fucks given? Yeah. It's only money, guys. You're not wrong. Ooh, SPY filling that little upside gap right now. Apple's moving up nicely. At least today's not as wildly depressing as yesterday. Quit being secretive. The people. What am I being secretive about? When the next OPEX dates are? You know, guys, I'm gonna show you a really cool trick for finding OPEX. All right, so we're looking at all the available options on the chain, right? And we're gonna cut out the weeklies. I don't know why September 30th is on there. But all the rest of these are OPEX dates. Why are the fucking... Why are the September 30th on there? September 30th is the quarterly? Oh, okay. That's fucking strange. Because the 16th is quad witching. The rare double apex. And IVs all over the fucking place on these. How do you do this? You always buy things before they explode. I'm sus. That's like my job, Mr. Little Pickle. It's my job to do that. It's important that I'm good at that. Otherwise, I wouldn't make money. Okay, show us on how on Robinhood. BlackRock insider info. Yeah. How are you feeling on AMD's PT? Any change on that? No, I don't think so. I have a little more time on that. Did it slip risk? Probably a little bit affected by the Amazon news. I think it's okay at 77.80. 77.50. 70, yeah, 77.80. If it fell below today's low, I'll probably close. Man, they're fucking not pricing these options up at all. There we go. Would you consider averaging into Jamie OPEX positions today or wait until after earnings? Jamie sub 25 is a steal. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could. I got stopped out of my cassava calls. I'm okay with that. What Amazon news? No Amazon news. It's just moving up with the market, I think. Getty renewed their partnership with Amazon, which did something for it this morning. Rebecca stabbed by the VWASP again. Jamie OPEX positions today. I'm still gonna wait until after earnings. I don't know why. I feel like a lot of people are asking me when I'm gonna buy my OPEX positions, and I keep saying after earnings, and then people are like, "But why not today?" And then I'm like, "Because after earnings." And then everyone's like, "I think it's a good idea to start buying them today." Are you afraid that earnings are gonna be good and you're gonna miss out? That's called FOMO. FOMO's bad. Shame on you. ETF dividends are ETF dividends are due on the quarterly or the quarterly OPEX. I don't think that option is quarterly. If it is, it's like it has nothing to do with what we track. September 30th is end of month. So it's just the end of month option. It's not quarterly. The 16th of September is still the standard expiration date for equity indexes, ETF and ETN options, and in
December, January, and June equity leaps. Oh, fuck. SPY just gapped up. Doing bullish things. Apple trying to squirt a little bit. Nothing wrong with buying some out of the money calls right now. Maybe 10% of your position. Sure. You could do that if it makes you feel more comfortable, right? Do whatever you want. But no, I'm not gonna buy any till after tomorrow. But for me, confirmation's more important than price. Like I'd rather get less leverage and better confirmation. Still looking 395 for put entry. I don't hate it, especially with the gap formed on the downside. And it's not really it's above 395 where it can pull back down. And that is not short dated, by the way. You do not want to target the downside on those with short dated. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yeah, on the cross of like 395, you want to start looking to enter like long short positions beyond end of September. But we did see 395 before 387.50, so that's cool. And cat green, I love it. Yep, pushed up through 180. Cat calls going burr. They do that. They go burr hard. I FOMO'd into Bobby at 27. Well, sorry to hear that. Did you immediately sell it at 30 or 28? SPXS, near the money leaps, or too much decay in the ETF structure. Not that much decay. Over like 3 months, it's minimal. 3 to 6 months isn't gonna have a huge effect. What strike are you thinking about GME cover calls? Do you choose based on delta, 0.2 or 3? I usually choose based on delta. Probably 0.1 or 0.05, but I'm selling a lot more of them, right? Like right now, if say price is the same at close, I would probably sell like September 16. $35s. Yeah. Is cat a good stock to sell covered calls on? No. It has no IV. Like cat's IV doesn't get very high. Um I think like the historic IV, what was the high? It wasn't that long ago. Um let's see. Yes, it can hit like 41. I think that might have been the highest it hit this last year. It's getting more volatile, which is interesting. Ivy went really high during the COVID crash, but yeah, after that, the highs are 41 point, both of them are like 41 and 41.2, 41.7. So Ivy never really gets that high on it. I can tell you the value for like buy rights. They're shit. 90 DTE, which is that hold on. Like the December 16s are a 7.1% yield. So not great. Best GME IV plays are either the Jan 23 127s are pretty decent. They're 0.7 Vega. Or Jan 2023 Jan 2023 suck, right? Probably like 55s or you can get a shitload of leverage on 237s though. By 10 of them, it's 11. Bigger than these will go up. I'd probably go in like the mid range, maybe like 100s. Jan 2023 100s because they have 0.1 delta, so and decent liquidity. 6250s aren't bad. Cat moving up more. Amazon's still moving. You wait until after earnings to sell CCs, or GME CCs are after? I'm gonna sell them before. Yes. IV's going up today. It's already up a lot from this morning. I have no idea what JPow's gonna say tomorrow before the market opens. It's weeklies and biweeklies. It trails off, right? So IV is highest on the weekly strike. Like this is the weeklies. And then after that, it's gone up on the rest, but less. And then by the time you get out to like October, it's pretty normalized again. So weeklies, 916s, 923, 930s. And then after that, it'll start to normalize a little bit. And then, you know, usually this crushes out after earnings. Isn't selling CCs before dangerous, or just mean you'll sell them at higher numbers? I'm just gonna sell them really far out of the money. Like I'm selling at 0.1, like probably selling them at 0.1 delta. And right now where IV's at, that's like $30 a contract. I'm gonna sell probably like 800 to 1,000 of them. I'll probably move around that delta to get like less slippage, but OPEC, yeah, 916 is the expiration. How big of a decline you think the housing market will experience? Not an '08 crash, but maybe down 20%. Maybe more than that. Price realization's faster in the real estate market now than it's ever been in the past. And with faster price realization, you have more volatility, right? So you got to shop for your house on the dip. OPEX looks good right now. We have a lot of negative delta. I like it. I'm really happy with it. Oh my god, I didn't sell my TQQQ calls? Genius. How did I pull that off? I should definitely sell those. Right? Nope. Let's be greedy. SPX is having a good day. You know, you're saying it's up 900 basis points, but I think you might be ignoring the fact that really it's just down like 880 basis points from the peak, right? Yeah, 8.8%. Yeah. I think one of those numbers is more significant. You guys arguing about port size? It's not the size of your port that matters. It's what you do with it. Thanks, registered fiduciaries. Where's this secret SPY DD you mentioned earlier? SPY staying up today or heading back down? What? There's no secret SPY DD. What are you talking about? Fucking, that's insane. Are you implying that there's like a subsect of people in this chat who receive more information than others about stocks that aren't memes, like meme stocks like GME? That's fucking nuts. Chill. When's GME OPEX? How do you not know this? Are you okay? Are people just fucking with me at this point? How many? Hold on. Okay, I'm back. At least the Monaco office and bought the helipad in Nice. Nice. You'll have to pick out a helicopter though. Fuck. Changing Jfresh's litter box is a bit of a come down after that, I have to admit. This coffee beans we fed him don't taste good. Um, listen, when he makes eye contact with you while pooping in the litter box, do not reciprocate. Do you understand me, Bithead? It gives him the sexual gratification he's looking for, and it makes him horny, and then he fucks the couch cushions. So, please, yesterday, I know you looked him in the eyes. Don't do that again. Greatest single day gain and loss. Single day gain. 2.2 million. Single day loss 287,000. Yeah. Net win. Yeah, that's true. I lose more than I make. Congratulations, Lugs. Jimmy Price should still dump hard for September 16th SLD, correct? Probably, yeah. SLD is usually not very nice to Jimmy's Price. Can you zoom in on Apple? What do you want to see? You want to see it just chop on VWAP here? Is that... Have you been making more money since digging into GME? Yes, but I also have more money. I don't know how much of it is an effect of like me just like increasing compounding gains on my portfolio. I haven't really done like a breakdown, but when I started streaming for like 3 months, I basically didn't trade at all. And then I started moving into like swing more into swing trading because I had the capital to support it, and I couldn't really day trade on the stream, and I think that shift yielded like much higher profitability. So after earnings, are you gonna get into some far out of the money GME calls or buy closer to the money as we approach our OPEX? Yep, generally how I do it. You buy the delta insensitive calls first because they're not affected as much by near-term price volatility, and then you move into more and more delta sensitive options as you approach the date of potential realization. And then when nothing happens, you sell them all at a loss. Fuck. What was that? Man, they're really trying to keep Apple down before its fucking thing. Apple's gonna announce a line of budget phones and go to the moon. I just want to say thanks for keeping my spirits up. Your knowledge has helped my life out deeply. Thank you so much, DJ Stinky Penis, aka Alabama. Was that Alabama Hot Pocket? Nice. What's next support on the SPY? To the upside, resistance 395, to the downside 390, 393, which we're kind of close to right now. Yeah, well, that's just, I mean, you're just seeing the effect of the price trading in a smaller and smaller range, Tungsten, right? So when you're seeing the Bollinger Bands draw in like that, right? This is just the effect of lower volume and lower price range, or lower range. Say we don't need to say anything else. Which is just consolidation, right? Almost like maybe, do you remember BBKC squeeze? Like when the Bollinger Bands move inside the Keltner channel? And then it breaks out. So you're moving from a period of like high volume to a period of low volume, like high volume, high volatility to low volume, low volatility, which generally moves into a period of high volume, high volatility again. All right, so 29% of you don't know when OPEX is. That's a shocking number. OPEX, which is the options expiration for the month, is on September 16th. Price action from OPEX is realized within T+2 of this date. So the 19th, 20th, and 21st of September. If price action is realized on these dates greater than 20%, that will then lead to however many T+2 runs on the stock following the 21st. So it could be like T+2, +2, +2, depending on how much price action is realized here, will determine how many additional carryover periods there are. I don't care if it's wrong. I know it's backwards. I feel like I've seen this clip about a dozen times. I've clipped it about a dozen times. You're wrong. OPEX is when chat gets super whiny about the calls and shares they are bag holding. The first and best indicator of OPEX is people start talking about their cost basis a lot. Right? Because we always dip really hard before an OPEX happens. Like down 20, 30% in a matter of a few days. And everyone's like, oh my god, I own shares of this piece of shit at like $45, $40, $35. Then it rips, surpasses all of their cost bases, and then they say the same shit the next quarter. It's the most accurate indicator in all of the market. Cineworld in Europe filed for bankruptcy. It's time to buy the float. Oh shit. I don't know. I really don't want to be involved in any of that. Is in the money puts rolling in to build up obligations? I mean, they build up obligations, which is cool. Maybe Apple will announce a partnership with Fubo for Apple TV. Grabbing October calls for OPEX exposure. What strike range? I don't know. A bunch of them. I'm selling CCs for the 16th. I'm buying calls for October 21st after earnings, not before. Is Fubo already on there? Oh, shit. I keep finding out things about Fubo that make me more bullish on it that I probably should have already known. If I want to learn more about OPEX cycles, what do I search for? I out OPEX in Investopedia and came back with no results. You could look for options X or look up quad witching. And then look up triple witching. There's two separate ones. Yeah, the EU has different regulatory rules than the US. Yeah, CBOE calendar has the OPEX dates on it. Your ignorance of Fubo will be forgiven once you talk about impending Fubo rig partnership. Will they produce a show about rig called Deadliest Gush? Are you still bag holding rig calls? I thought you were out of that already. I'm still confused how people lost money on rig. It went to like 750. Bullish on Fapple. Nice. After last month's NOPEX and my FTD calls this week, I'm very scared for September OPEX. I'm taking this as a very bullish sign. Oh, I mean, you should be. Didn't you make enough money on August ETF FTDs to cover it? My $35 and $40 calls into the August ETF FTDs went up like fucking 500%. You should have made a shitload of money off that. Cut CC's out. You were listening to JFresh again, weren't you? JFresh didn't believe in the August ETF FTDs. He doesn't like them. Maybe. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. This becomes another NOPEX. Will you still bet on an OPEX cycle in October? Probably not. I'd probably just chase. If something happens, I'd just chase it. Sorry, I think you misread it. Are there in the money puts rolling in to build up obligations? Yes, a lot. Since August 16th, there's been a significant number of in the money puts. Rig is excellent for the quarterly OPEX cycles because it moves predictably. If you can find CL00, BRN, so Brent and is that light crude? 13 years, 11 months, 19 days. For what, Mike? You think Jimmy could bounce after earnings if it's oversold? Why? I think it could bounce if it has good earnings. That's why I'm selling like far out of the money. But at least like the far out of the money calls are worth something for a change. Are the ETF FTDs in the room with us? I think they just cleared them yesterday. I don't think there were very many. That's one of the shitty parts about having so much price, like so many no pexes, like where we had June and July where we went up like 20% but on low volume, and like there was a lot of price action, but that doesn't lead to a lot of like obligations being built up because the volume's so low. And so that means that the realization of like FTDs and stuff is reduced. It's like August was good because it was from June, but the July like ETF FTDs, which are what we just had yesterday, weren't nearly as high. Are $4 CCs for Fubo good? I might actually sell some. I wish I'd sold them this morning though. Maybe I'll wait for another bump. Let's look at WTI Brent. If they're over 90, rig announced at least one contract renewal for one of its 400K day drillers. Stock goes up, otherwise down. Yeah, I know it's sensitive to oil pricing. I don't think it's as good as Oxy, but it's a lot cheaper. I hate sexism. Girls can work out in skin tight clothing with parts of their butts hanging out. Meanwhile, my gym tells me I'm way too hairy for that look. And they're right. So shave and try it again. If you had $100 and could only buy shares for OPEX, what would you buy? I'd save my money for food and necessities. Delta hedge plus possible pro rata implications at the same time. ETF rebalancing and no real OPEX coverage since a quarter ago. Before the split, yeah, you have a reason to be bullish. I'm pretty bullish. I mean, I'm going to get exposure, right? I'm confused about FTD cumulative spreadsheets. If the reports show that FTDs get whittled down a few days later, then why do FTD spikes cause runs on roughly C35, given high FTD to volume ratio? They can be marked long, Stefan. It's not even that hard, right? They just buy puts. And then they're like, look, no, this is my intention to sell these. I'm long on them, right? And then they get Reg T inclusion, like Reg T extension, which gives them 35 calendar days on top of the like Rule 204, 203B, like settlement rules. And then for ETFs, that's extended even more. And they're able to cash settle them. So in addition to it being, 4 trading days longer, it's there's a ACH transfer period of like 2 to 3 days at the end. What am I clipping, Paris? I mean, sometimes it's just That's the problem with trying to track MMFTD. So first of all, and I'll state this again because I think it gets missed a lot. Um, I do not think the SEC FTD reports are accurate, right? I do not think they are. I think fails occur in far greater numbers than reported by the SEC. Remember that the SEC is only reporting fails that exist at 3:10 p.m. on the day of settlement, right? Or like, and so whatever comes in failed at 3:10 p.m. on the end of day CNS report, that's what they're reporting failed, right? But anything throughout the day that was marked long, cleared, rolled over, etc., isn't being reported. Like everything's fucking failing all the time. Yeah, they clean up. Yeah, she's right. So when we see, fails increasing, right, on a stock, and we see a high, like, fail to volume ratio, I think the FTDs that we're seeing are significantly in excess of the FTDs being reported. FTDs don't have to be reported in dark pools, only on lit exchanges. Yes. Except, I mean, like, a fail that occurs on the dark, that's not entirely correct. If a fail occurs in the dark pool, it's not reported until after its settlement. And so if you have, like, if you're using foreign dark pools, right, and you have like 24 to 48 hours, that can create a situation where, like, the security doesn't fail for T plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, right? Or 1 2, because the settlement of this dark pool can take so long. And then until the settlement occurs, the trade date isn't finalized, right? And then you have your market maker exemptions for the plus 2 and plus 2. Remember, like, when me and Gaff, like, predicted the FTD report, like, the day before it came out? The FTDs we were measuring seemed far in excess. Like, we got the dates right and when they spiked, but the FTDs that we saw looked to be far in excess of what was being reported, and that's kind of hard to prove because of the way we found them. Like, it's not. I wouldn't say it's proof, but we can see, you know, liquidity being pulled to clear FTDs from ETFs. So when GME's liquidity gets into a range where it's failing, right? So this is like liquid, illiquid. And when GME gets into a range where it is illiquid, it begins to generate FTDs, right? Because there isn't sufficient liquidity to cover the trade volume. And when it moves into that failure range, you can then see, liquidity in GME containing ETFs drop as they turn to the ETFs in order to generate liquidity. Now, if you fail a trade, right? So you failed a trade, you can then go to an ETF intraday, right? You can create shares of GME, and you can resolve that failed trade, right? So you have T plus 2 here, but now you have this trade is resolved, right? And now you have T plus 2 or T plus 5 plus 35C plus 3, right? Which is really T plus 6 if you're trying to count it. So now you've taken like t plus 2 plus 2, and you've tacked on an additional time period within which you need to settle. What's crime about it though? That's where it gets tricky. It's not crime. This is what market makers and authorized participants are supposed to do. It's not crime, it's their job. It seems like it should be crime, right? But their goal is to reduce volatility in the market by creating liquidity. And to do that, to reduce that volatility, they internalize order flow and they roll obligations forward, right? So if you have a large spike in buy pressure on a security, that's going to lead to high volatility and high price movement, right? You want to try to eliminate the upward pressure on the stock. And then what you do is you then diffuse that pressure over time, and it will slowly diminish. So really what you're doing is you're taking this big buying event and you're breaking it up over several time periods in order to reduce the effect of it. And in doing that, you create a less volatile, stable market that attracts investors and is more efficient. People take issue with MMs because it isn't clearly explained that the market is designed to move slowly, so that it isn't apparent that this is a casino with a chance to be the house. Yeah, I'll clip it. Do you think October 21s would be the best date for our OPEX exposure? Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to be targeting. You can buy further out and you'll have less theta decay. Yeah, I'm not Greek. Why is everyone being timed out? Oh. Do you still hold GMA? Yes. Do you drink your coffee like an animal? Like the ad I just got? I don't think so. Let me rephrase my question. I have an extra $100 for trading in OPEX and can only buy shares. What are some good plays to look at? It's a good question. I mean, not much with $100. You're probably better off saving your money. Save up more money so you have more. Like, it's just like $100 isn't enough. I guess if you want to throw it away, you could chase like 0 DTEs or something if the stock's running. Do closed puts have an immediate effect? It's T+2. What are your price predictions for the next 2 weeks? I think we'll go down into like the $22 range, maybe 21. Post earnings over the next like 2 weeks before moving up for OPEX after September 16th. $300? I mean, like I'd say you could do buy rights, but I don't know any very good stocks that are less than $3. If they were very good stocks, they wouldn't be less than $3. Why not save up $500, turn on margin, and do credit call spreads on SPX? I mean, yeah, you could do that, but I feel like maybe you'd want more than $500. I have no idea what he's gonna say. We'll find out, right? Spy puts are making me go broke here. 916 enough theta to get through this rally. 390 Ps. Not necessarily, no. Also, if we rally, we can move up. Like if we start to see short capitulation here at 39.50 and the price keeps climbing, we can move back up above the 400 range. It's just that we haven't seen a lot of short side sell-offs yet. A little bit, but not a lot. Do you think RC will finally say something this earnings? Why would he? He's the chairman. He's not the CEO. I don't think it's commonplace for the chairman of the board to speak at earnings calls. Did you just assume that FTDs are getting marked long in your calculations? Or is there some ratio or some other type of data that hints at it? I mean, you can look at periods of high FTD generation, and it corresponds with out of the money put buying, like spikes in FTD generation and spikes in out of the money put buying occur simultaneously. So there's correlation. It's not necessarily causation, but it does line up. Like there's statistical significance to it. What calls are you thinking for this OPEX? Last time I remember you saying 35, 40, 45. Does this stand with the drop in price? No, with the price this low, I'd target probably like, well, especially if we drop towards 20, I'd target like 25, 30, 35, 40 maybe. Depends what Gamma Max is in a couple weeks. Suppose you want to wheel Jamie and bought shares at 25 this week. Would it make sense to sell in the money CC to capture the move down to 22 over the next few weeks? That's not how you wheel. Did you get assigned at 25? Or are you going to get assigned at 25? Because if you're wheeling, you sell your covered call at your buy-in price. Would you be positioning spy puts tonight in advance of the pre-market speech tomorrow? I'll probably straddle tonight in advance of the pre-market speech. But I don't know sign language, so no. Are you streaming earnings? Why did RC move OPEX? Oh, Jesus. Is SPY at a double top or just gathering support at 394.50? I think it's gathering support here. We might be seeing some short side profit taking as well. And if we do, it can absolutely move up into the end of the day. This range is very tricky. Above it, if we start to move above this range, I would be looking for long dated put entries. If we fail this range and move down back towards like 387, then I would be looking for shorter dated call entries. If you're holding, you can sell. If wheeling and you're holding, you can sell a strangle. Yeah, you can sell. Yeah, you can sell strangles against your against downward moves. I mean, you should be doing that anyway if you're wheeling, unless you've maxed out your capital and you're loaded up with shit. You could be continuing to sell CSPs regardless of assignment. So it's not like you take a break in the CSP selling. You keep selling CSPs, but when you get assigned on some of them, you're selling strangles simultaneously. Come on, Fubo, do the thing. You mean break view up? What are your thoughts on the used car market? Dropping? I'm interested in like O'Reilly's and AutoZone as potential plays over the next like 2 years. People will be, first of all, people have been buying a lot of used cars, and with used cars getting cheaper, they may buy more, right? Over the coming years, and also economic constraints are going to reduce demand, and probably higher interest rates are going to price people out of new car loans. And so if people are buying cars with cash, not necessarily beaters, but they'll be buying more used cars. And if they're turning to more used cars, there's a good chance that uh, they're going to be fixing those cars themselves as much as they can. Um, People fixing their own vehicles tends to move up during harder economic conditions, and so I think like AutoZone or O'Reilly's, maybe like carparts.com. I don't really know about them so much, but because people are going to do basic shit like change their own oil, do their own headlights. Like maybe they're not going to probably do like transmission or anything like that. Not most people, not in their driver. They're not going to be mechanically inclined enough. But I think AutoZone will do better over the net. Like AutoZone or O'Reilly's will do better over the next 2 years. Like their market will expand. They did really well post 2008 too, filling up their own headlight fluid. Yeah, no problem, Coney Jr. Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy. Wait, did I miss a Ko-Fi? Why do I keep getting timed out for doing the eye? I don't know what that is. Um, Carl's timing you out. He doesn't like it. It scares him. It's a scary face. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know how to fix your car, you can figure it out on YouTube. Cars are pretty easy, actually. They're kind of like Legos. You just take out the you don't need to understand the intricacies. If something breaks, you just buy a new one of that thing, take the old one out and put the new one in. Just don't try to change your own head gasket. They're easy until there's a rusted bolt or you round one off. Again, you can figure that out. Yeah, you probably shouldn't change your own timing belt either. Spy stole my monies. I'm sorry. If you want to save money, I can change your headlight fluid for you. 50% less than a shop, only $50. Nice. What car do you own? One I don't have to fix. I'm not a car guy. Macron Cornichon. Thank you so much, tan guy Marcel. The issue with changing your own oil is the disposal of the used oil. I'm sure that you could find like a virgin ecosystem where you could dispose of it. Cars are a terrible fucking investment. Yeah, the parts store is usually taking old oil. Don't dump it down the drain. This is what you do. You drill down to the shale and then you just pour the oil back into the hole for someone to find later. Cars are cars are a terrible investment. Thank you. Why don't these poors just take a limo or at the very least have a personal driver? Uh yeah. I did that the other day and I felt like an asshole. I I hired a car to go like uptown instead of just driving my own car because I didn't want to walk to where it's parked. I was in a bit of a rush, but I felt like such a douchebag. You're becoming rich at heart. Maybe. I leave my apartment all the time. I don't know why there's an assumption that I don't ever leave my apartment. I don't like to leave my apartment. The a-holes are the ones outside the window getting splashed because I told my driver to go through the puddle. The poors know nothing of poor investments until you own turbine airplanes. A friend's airplane adjusted a small songbird that broke a $7,500 guide vane the size of your thumbnail. This is why you lease the airplanes. You don't buy them. You fucking make the repairs someone else's problem. Kirk's a vampire centaur. Who doesn't have a NetJet account? I took a private plane like a few months ago for Mother's Day. It was dope. And it was almost like it was shared, right? But it was almost the same price as just a last minute flight. Like it was only like $200 more. I don't have a Bugatti. Nice try, Stefan. You've gotten enough out of me today. Also, I don't have any favorite indicators. It's all the covered calls you sold to us. I mean, I'm gonna sell covered calls tonight. And I know people are buying calls ahead of earnings. So someone's gonna buy some. I looked at the BBY institutional shares from yesterday, and you're correct. The largest sales bring institutional ownership to 45 million shares, 2 million insiders, 75 million float, 30 million short. Hedgies are fucked. You know that those 45 million shares owned by institutions are in ETFs where they are lent to the shorts, right? The shorts have to come from the ownership. So it's 45 million shares owned by institutions, 30 million of those sold short, 2 million owned by insiders. They're not separate values, right? Do you give discounts to zillionaires on your cover calls? Only if they're the first 5 to respond to the Craigslist ad. What manufacturer, what models? Porsche. I gotta think about the models. So one has to be practical. One has to be... I'd probably go with like 911 GT3 RS and oh, the hybrid, like the hybrid Cayenne. Ooh, pick me, pick me. I'll buy your CCs. I always diamond hand them until they're worthless. And there's no risk of me exercising it. But he said, congrats, you're now officially a car guy. Why? Failure. I wouldn't want a fucking Lamborghini. Even when you're rich, they're a pain in the ass. And I would never buy a Ford. I definitely wouldn't buy their first model F-150. Is that the electric one? My buddy has the 718 GT4, the Cayman. That one's kind of nice. It's a little small, though. You mean their beta electric truck? Yeah. Just buy an old locomotive train, put tires on it, and drive that around Manhattan, billowing out plumes of black smoke while throwing batteries in the ocean. I don't think they have a steering mechanism. And then who am I going to get to shovel the coal? Yeah, but you save a lot of, like, a user, you save a lot of money in the costs of like standard maintenance on electric vehicles. So even though the batteries are expensive, they don't need replaced for like 10 years. The Porsches have more headroom than many supercars. How tall are you? Too tall for a lot of supercars. I don't drive a 2020 Camry. Can Perelman? It's Peril. Perleman. Loan out his shares. I'm not sure. Maybe that'd be fun. Pere, not Peri. Hmm. Damn it. It's not Pearl anything. There's no A. God damn it. Never mind. Cat giving people another chance. It's the market. The market caught a bit at the like EMA 180. So I wouldn't say this is super bullish, but like it'll probably fail again. Maybe back down to like 39.27. 39.27 or 39.25. Yeah, 39.25 range before it has a good shot at recovery. Wait, are you saying Hellboy's red skin was just Ron Perlman covered in Revlon lipstick? Have I misunderstood the Rev thesis by being surprised that liquidity is steadily drying up with the same number of fails? You shouldn't be surprised that liquidity is drying up. There's more interest in it, and there's no fucking shares. Was there supposed to be rev volume today? Today or tomorrow, maybe. We're watching for something to happen. Yesterday there was some ETF FTD covering, which was interesting because it's not supposed to be part of those. I mean, a lot of what you're seeing on Rev is small periods of forced covering, and then a return before the massive wall of gamma at $7. So whenever it pops up above this, the market maker starts selling into the rising price, which then pushes the price down again, and it falls back under $7. This is what they did to Bobby too, if you remember. It's very similar. What's a gamma wall? It's a big wall of puts. So if you look at like here, I'll show you guys. If you look at like the skew adjusted gamma for Revlon, you see this big wall of negative gamma at 750 and 8. This is what keeps the price from rising. So we're over the gamma flip point at 6, which means that, you know, the market maker is net short puts, right? So when the price rises, wait, no, net long puts, which means that the price rises, the market maker is selling into the rising price. And so that wall of puts keeps the price from rising above that range. So what will make it pop when that wall comes down? Tear down that wall. Remember what happened to Bobby when the wall broke down? Upward pressure, generally, bullish sentiment, catalysts, or simply the expiration of the puts controlling price action. I mean, I think you can only buy options on VIX. There's no shares. You can buy VXX or UVXY. You can buy like an ETF that tracks the VIX. If you can't buy options. There's no positive gamma past the negative gamma wall, though. But if Bobby's price crosses the negative gamma wall, then the 35Cs move up to like 0.44 delta. So there is, it's just not on that chart. It's too far out of the money. And it's because the gamma on that chart is skew adjusted, right? So when the skew shifts positive, that gamma flips positive and gets hedged upwards. Specifically the 35s over $7. The gamma flip point for the $35 contract is at $7. Kirkpachev, tear down that wall. Thanks, CTD. Where is that type of chart available? You generally pay for it. You can make them. No, I have a roll of waterproof adhesive tape, and I'm popping the center of it out. See? And then putting it back together. I'll stop fucking with it. Ideally, if you can tough out, that applies to everything. You know, from like here's some Here's some good financial advice that has nothing to do with securities. If you're planning on making any large purchases, home improvement, remodels, cars, electronics, wait like 3 to 6 more months. The price of all of those things will be cheaper by then. We remember past iPhone announcements, dates, and price action. It usually causes somewhat of a run, but not a lot. It depends. Some of them have been kind of negatively received. Some of them have been positively received. I'm not playing Apple because of the iPhone announcement. It's a bonus. Okay, I did it again. I gotta get rid of this thing. Keep fucking with it. My cousin is the manager at Lowe's. Every day is a good day for me to get appliances. Or do you, yeah, you can predict bottoms pretty accurately. It's not just luck. But it depends on what you're trying to predict the bottom of. iPhones won't drop in price the next 3 to 6 months. 6 months out, whatever one they're releasing now will probably be cheaper. Are you long Apple separate from the 1 p.m. iPhone announcement? Yeah. Unlike the SPX, profit taking is occurring on Apple's put side. So, like we watch the macro to give us a really good idea of what heavily weighted individual stocks will do, right? Because they're all intrinsically tied together by the SPX or Dow or Nasdaq. But in those individual stocks, you can have deviations from that trend. So, while there isn't a lot of put capitulation or profit taking on like SPX, there's quite a lot of it on Apple. So shorts on Apple are more than satisfied with their gains. They're starting to close positions. And that, will likely lead to a surge in Apple's pricing. A surge in Apple's pricing will likely have some effect on SPX, but obviously, it's just part of SPX. It's a big part of it, but still just a part. So even though the market's choppy and may go down more, Apple looks good to go up. AMD is just a different OPEX play for the most part. AMD and Tesla are also OPEX plays. They're just way riskier, higher cost, and less reliable price performance. But they're still part of the basket, right? Massive volatility positions on Apple, AMD, Tesla. But because they're so massive and the underlying stocks are so liquid, the effect of OPEX is less reliable. It varies from equity to equity. I mean, it depends on the float. Yeah, I mean, like 12% failed to volume on GME is really significant. But that's, think of how much of the float is failing on that volume, right? Versus Rev, where, 12% is really not very significant because the float's so small. If you're trying to use fail to volume ratio as the only factor for looking up stocks, you're not going to end up with a very reliable group of profitable stocks. Some stocks just have naked short positions on them that fail every day, and no one gives a fuck, and no one's buying them. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. Be firing off some now with IV rising. If it breaks VWAP, I might consider it. Probably just end of day though. Spy's breaking up again. Bullish. Quiet. Or SPXs. Well, they both are. So we're watching SPX because Spy tracks SPX. Also, I'm trading SPX. If anyone's confused. And, eventually we have to grow up. And real traders trade the SPX. They don't trade fucking Spy. SPX is also tax preferred. So when you buy and sell options on SPX, 60% of the returns are considered long-term or taxed at the long-term rate, and 40% are taxed as short-term gains, which is huge if you trade a lot of SPY or you trade a lot of indexes. Will you be streaming later? Yeah, I'll stream earnings. I'll set up a separate stream for earnings. BBBY is still climbing, currently at today's high. Cool. I hope everyone gets opportunities to get out. I still think it can run for OPEX. I have a hard time believing it traded a billion volume without tapping ETFs for liquidity. The realization of that OPEX might not be as fantastic as people want it to be, but I believe BBBY is going to $17 end of month. Trust me. For your sake, Knight, I hope it does. Hard to get out when your cost basis is $6. No, it's not. Are you just waiting till the very end of the day for GME cover calls? Is there something in particular that will signal it's time to sell? I mean, if we get like a solid run, I'll probably sell on that. What dates are safe for CCs considering OPEX is coming soon? I mean, there's only 2 Fridays before OPEX. And generally, if you sell into the 16th, you want to buy back by the middle of that week. Or at least watch them very closely in the last couple days of until expiration. Is 204,423 volume considered a low volume day for Rev? I mean, it's much higher than its like historical average. But recently, you know, Revlon's traded massively more volume than it has since it became a company. What would cause BBBY to run up a la GME Jan 21? There's nothing to push it up other than hopium. I've gone over this a few times already. Oh, yeah, there isn't. Yeah, BBBY is nothing like GME in January of 2021. It made there, you know, I really questioned why anyone would compare BBBY's run up to January 2021 in any way besides, you know, reg show inclusion. Like that was the only commonality I could find between the two events. Absolutely nothing else is the same. Flow, like liquidity is totally different. Options interest is different. Share ownership is different. Institutional ownership is different. So if the $7 wall falls down, are we going to squart to 35? I mean, not necessarily 35. I still think like Revlon hitting 35 is extreme. If it did, who knows where it would stop. Reddit and not thinking clearly is the reason people would think that. Possibly. I mean, there's just nothing to support the correlation. $36. Well, first of all, it would blow up its own chain, which would cause rehedging. It would likely go much higher. Because currently 35 is the maximum strike on the chain. I mean, sure, yeah, if you were to buy the remainder of the float. He could, you know, Delaware's corporate law allows him to buy the remainder of the company or the remainder publicly traded shares. But why would you want to take a corporation like that's a move to take the corporation private, which would make him personally liable for the company's debt, or there could be a case made for him being liable for the company's debt. GME earnings are bringing up Ivy. Ivy's been climbing all day. It dropped this morning for some reason, but it's moving back up again. Ivy's been very weird for this earnings. Usually we start to see the Ivy rise like about 3 days in advance. This time around, a little less so. Would you get prosecuted by the SEC if you full ported Rev 35Cs and caused a squeeze? No, that's not illegal. Buying a stock is not illegal. Colluding to have multiple entities buy a stock at like the same time is illegal. But there's a difference between collusion with the intent to manipulate and, you know, buying something because you have a thesis. Are you opening a short position on SPX or JPOW? Or do you think it runs up until SLD? I don't know if it'll run up until SLD. Man, SPX really just right at this is a critical resistance, by the way. Trigger Happy Banhammer. What's up, Trash? GME has dropped 45% in the last 2 weeks. Do you think earnings are priced in and that's why IV is so low? I just don't think there's a lot of speculation on the earnings. I think the assumption is that they will be bad. IV's not that low though, and it is in fact climbing, so that would mean more interest rate increases and keeping rates higher for longer. She said in remarks prepared for a speech in New York. Yeah, I mean that's already expected. I think everyone knows that they're going to continue with rate increases. It's how much the rate increases are, right? Do you see 0.75 coming up again? Already priced in. I mean, we're above the price from the previous 0.75 increases. Right? We had a bunch of we had that big points, like the big initial 0.75 increase. And the market went down hard, right? And then we had another one. While it was down, it dropped a little more. And then it's just been rocketing ever since, way above the levels from the previous increases, right? We hit 40 30. Or I'm sorry, 4300. And then, you know, another 0.75. You know, realistically the market should be down here. Like in like the 320 to 340 range. But everyone's still pricing in earnings and like forward PE like nothing's fucking happening. Right? You know, you see like Amazon and Apple's earnings catalyzing big market moves. And it's just bullshit because in Q3 and Q4 of this year, they're going to have to pull back those expectations as their margins narrow. Doomsday Prepper is getting hard. I think so far I've been pretty spot on with the economy. Like that bear rally lasted a little longer than I expected it to, but ultimately I was right that it was just climbing a cliff to jump off, which paid out very well. You know, you think that, but like back in like the 50s and 60s, you know, PEs were really high then too, right? And like, you know, if you look at like the Schiller ratio from that period, like they kept peaking and everyone thought we were going to get like another crash because they were already higher than like Black Friday, you know, and it really didn't occur until like the 1980s, right? So just because there's a bubble doesn't mean the bubble's unsustainable, right? And these big pullbacks actually strengthen, you know, the economy. Like if we pull back to 30, 40, 30, 20 and recover without experiencing panic or fear or a sell-off, the next rally is stronger. So say the market does pull back Q3, Q4 reporting of this year into like February of next year, right? Oh, the yield curve's inverting is bad. It's bad, but it can rectify itself, you know, if, well, it'll take some time. Maybe by next year it can move back. It's really bad for the Fed more than anyone else. There's a Shill index. It's called the Schiller index, or the PE 10. If Europe drops hard, maybe a lot of that money moves to US markets. Yeah. Same for China too, right? Like Chinese investors during the big like real estate scare, which is ongoing, but you know, we're pulling money out of China and just redeploying that liquidity in US markets. Do you think a soft landing is possible? Yeah, I do. And don't forget we just had a crash. You know, there was a crash in 2020. There's a lot of people that bought the bottom, and we are way the fuck above that right now. So they're up, right? You know, if you bought spot SPX back here at 2191, you know, or even you know, you got in a little late and you got in at 2500, like you're still way the fuck up. Way up, right? Why would you sell? And so without that, you know, panic, it's really hard to have an actual market crash. So many of those equities are locked up in like mutual funds and people's 401ks and shit, and they're just never gonna sell. Most of them probably don't even know what's going on with the market on a day-to-day basis. Like how many of you guys before this ever, like you started down this path, you know, ever like watched the news and they're like, oh, you know, the Dow's down, you know, 600 points today. Like how many of you even knew what the fuck that meant? Honestly. You're just like, ah, it sounds terrible. I'm never selling. I know you're not, bipolar bear. Yeah, I still don't. Like 99% of people just have no clue. And it's the backbone of everything. It's your employment, your, you know, like the the strength of the company you work for, It's your retirement. It's the cost of the goods that you buy. It's the price of goods that you sell. It's everything, and no one knows fuck all about it, which is intentional for to some degree on the the part of our government. Like, market education should be part of middle and high school, like basic free education. Because you were so disadvantaged in life not understanding how it works. And so, yeah, if I can teach a few of you idiots how it works and fewer idiots how to make money off of it, then I've done something good, right? Don't worry about it, butt liquor. Well, you got to get something for all of my covered calls that you buy. So, are you telling me that we want teenagers to YOLO into zero DTE calls? No. Well, everyone wants like an equitable society where, the lowest bracket has, moves up towards the middle. And I see this as like an opportunity for that to happen, right? We have more retail interest in the market right now than we've ever seen, right? And if, right now 99% of that pie belongs to hedge funds. These profits are theirs, right? And this 1%, which obviously this is not to scale, is, retail investors. And with understanding, retail investors can expand that. And that means more money to more people in every walk of life, right? Not Pac-Man. And that's how you affect change. I think retail was able to prove its strength in the markets when leveraged correctly in January of 2021, right? Calls on torches and pitchforks. Looks like Jimmy is deciding to follow the market now that I've sold my covered calls on it. Did I miss anything notable? No. Just moving up with the market. You need to clip this and fly some pickle flag. We can salute in the background. Well, yeah, but it's not just you guys, right? It's you guys initially, and yeah, sure, it's a very small group, and not a lot of people follow this channel because I'm a acerbic asshole with a massive ego. But you guys will go on to teach some of you, not all of you, but some of you will go on to teach other people, and they'll go on to teach more people, right? And knowledge expands. It can't be constrained. Too much manipulation in microcaps. Drop some acid in your coffee today. No. I'm gonna teach my Philadelphia wife about tax loss harvesting. 397 is the next upside on the SPY. I've changed my mind. I'm going back to work today. This got way too wholesome. Don't worry, it'll get pretty degenerate if anything gets boring. You know how it goes. I have a dream that one day we could all be massive assholes with huge egos. Dude, good. Bullish. Rich people talking about Apple Watches saving their lives is going to get more rich people to buy Apple Watches. So they can look at the time on their wrist and their cell phone. So you're selling CCs before earnings and buying calls after earnings. Are you basically placing opposite bets? No, it's kind of, but it's more like a calendar spread, right? So what I'm doing is I'm, saying it'll go down or flat in the short term, and in the long term, I'm bullish. I already went over why Revlon is sitting at $6. Um, so here, you can kind of see it here. Let's see. So say I'm going to sell like 1630s, right? And then I'm going to buy like 25s. Is that correct? Yeah. I always thought you were here for much more than the money, and you just showed and shared it. Did you always know too? Thanks, Girk. I was never in this for the money. The money's terrible. So you know this, and then you know what, like 1,000 times over. I'm in this to watch Girk make money. I started teaching my friends, and now they're paper trading like degens and dreaming of becoming non-dans. Here's to passing the torch. Awesome, man. Congratulations. They too can lose all their money. Apple event is now talking about menstrual cycle tracking features of the new Apple Watch. Bullish? Interesting. Apple Watch is now contraception. It's about to get very political. How far out would you sell Fubo CCs? Probably not beyond the 16th. Good day to sell covered calls on Bobby. How's it performing? It was up, right? Yeah, decent. Climbing back up. I'd go a little out of the money though, because it could move up towards like 10. Oh, wait, no, that's just also GMA. I remember after the BBBY run, Girk said, preserve it at all costs. No more zero DTs. I moved to weeklies. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's better. The new AirPods will allow for pickle financial watchers to finally hear Girk when his mic is low. Spy up 100 BPS, so volume is so low. Everyone waiting for Fed Powell talk tomorrow. Yeah, it's definitely gonna have an effect. Your menstrual cycle is now on iCloud, but don't worry, it's encrypted. Who cares if it's on the cloud? Does anyone care about that? They're like, ah, no, some developer at Apple's tracking my menstrual cycle. He's gonna know my peak fertility. Who gives a shit? Are they gonna sell that to advertisers? Probably. What's happening with Bobby today? It's going up. Lawsuits and subpoenas for prosecution of women in states with abortion bans. How does tracking your menstrual cycle indicate that you've had an abortion? What? That's not true. You can miss your period for a variety of reasons. You could be on medication. You could have sustained a severe injury. Spy FTDs. Those are relatively high. Spy fails a lot though. That doesn't seems like circumstantial evidence. Stop trying to use logic. Okay. Yeah, elite athletes. Well, no, because the medication trash. It'd be great if the Apple Watch could detect a market crash. It really would be. Are you bearish on earnings? I don't see how they could be that good. I think projected like 1.24 billion revenue, which would mean like an EPS of like negative 30-ish cents. No problem, VUP begets VUP. Happy to do that. Although I don't think I was mansplaining your menstrual cycle as much as I was commenting on the ability for one to be missed without it being due to pregnancy. You can also find that information in biology textbooks, pamphlets at local hospitals. How are Apple users eating up this nonsense? Who cares? Modern medicine is fun. Can we get a poll for earnings sentiment? Why? Who cares what people think? Periods get missed because storks get too drunk and deliver bunnies to gorillas. Exactly. Fucking drunk storks. Probably flat, but news will say it's bad. Flat would be amazing. Babies come from Apple Watches. Zakura is our resident baby expert. To be fair, White House did issue a statement telling women in anti-abortion states to be careful with online period trackers from now on. Seems conspiratorial, but I guess. Any idea why crude oil is down over 4%? No? Is it mansplaining if you're explaining it to a bunch of men? I thought someone might reach PT. No? It's doing better. It's looking good into the latter half of the day. PT mid PT for cat is 185. It probably will need a couple days. Like Dow isn't turning around nearly as strongly as the Nasdaq and S&P. So Dow's a little slow to realize improvement today. Or at least like the Dow 30, which is like the 30 biggest companies in the Dow, one of which is cat. Porsche IPO, what mean? Probably the same thing as any other IPO. Stay away from it unless you want to hold someone's bags. Where's the big put wall on Bobby right now? Is it at 8? Yeah, 8's rough. That's also 850 is the gamma flip point. Most of the calls right now are at like 7 and 1050 for some reason. I can't even change its strike. Yeah, 8's rough. It's negative 1.03 million gamma. That's gonna be a pretty fucking hard line. All expirations by strike, gamma curve. 833 is the flip point though. Positive gamma. Negative gax. See, the problem is that secondary run up on August 30th. Eh. Hard to cross 8. Probably a good opportunity to sell covered calls into that expiration, though. Or naked calls? Ooh. I can just sell naked calls. Oh, now it's not worth it. Can we use the... All I care about is if we can use the Apple Watch to track OPEX. If so, I'm going to buy one today. It'll be the first Apple product I've ever purchased. Oh, the expiration for that gamma? Give me a second. I can tell you. A lot of it expires, well, not a lot of it, but about a third of it expires this Friday. And then some on the 23rd, a lot on the 16th. Yeah, big fat chunks of put OI on the 16th, especially at $5. Oh, also Bobby's utilization fell off super hard. It's down to 32. Let's see here. Oh, wait, open interest, all expirations. Let's see, 916, 923. Call OI's bullish into the 23rd. Just slightly bullish into the 23rd. Current average pricing across that. Skew. Let's see. 28% in the money probability for 1250 calls 1 month out. It's not very great. Looks like 930 and 1012 are the most bullish weighted average. So 1021, I'm sorry, 1021 is weighted heavily towards like $16, as is 916. But 916 is about to flip negative if more puts are bought. Ooh, Fubo's moving. Ah, it's doing that shit again. How far below your cost would you sell CCs? Oh, I don't give a shit. Like, I would just, like, if I was underwater, I would still just sell, like, I would probably take more risk. I would probably sell, like, 0.2 or 0.3 delta. So I could reduce my cost basis faster. Revlon 6.5 put CSP, same as money printer. They're decent. They're very decent. Why, Paul? Is there more to it than that, or you just want me to look at their charts? Do you think Fubo runs before the T35 from the big run August 16th? I mean, we'll see. Just the charts? Well, I don't want to look at them. Now what? I'm not your personal stock scanner. Thoughts on selling 100% of CCs available for 916.2 delta. You got cash on hand if you need to buy them back. Like if earnings are good, are you going to be okay? That's the risk you take selling, like capitalizing on the implied volatility today. Remember that. Is if earnings are good, the stock could run tomorrow and you could be in trouble. RSI showing Jimmy oversold like never before. I find that hard to believe. Yeah, it's been more oversold than this before. January was really, really bad. It's more oversold than it was in April. But pre-March and like late Jan, early Feb, we're both way more oversold. Fubo is looking bullish as fuck on this. Yeah, I think if Fubo has a nice little move up here, I'll probably sell some covered calls. Ugh. It's gonna probably have to move up kind of hard. Hmm. FXY good for ETF for yen long position. Yeah, that's it's I'm pretty sure it tracks yen. It's yen yep. Japanese yen shares. I just want to make sure it wasn't leveraged in any way. Yeah, it's fine. Historically, it's way the fuck down. So yen is massively oversold. What was I looking at in this window? Fubo? Is that my Fubo window or my Revlon window? Revlon's just trading at 669. Its new favorite number. GameStop being shorted heavy as fuck. Why? I don't know. No partnership with Apple at the announcements today. Where you'll be a big girl soon. Uh, Jesus Christ. All right, give me a second. I worry that by owning Apple calls, I'm somehow advertising Apple products. I don't like it. No, but you should definitely go to a doctor, chicken tender daddy. How many people here are divers? It's not about being a diver. It's about wanting to be a diver. That's what matters. Same like wanting to be a trader. I don't know. Look, it gives me comfort that my watch can go down to 300 feet underwater, and I can brag to about. Then I can brag about to all my friends. Exactly. Apple's selling the fantasy of being an extreme sport person. Like if you own an ultra, you're exotic. Can you zoom in on the SPX again? That was exciting. I'm pretty zoomed in on the SPX right now. I might zoom in a little more on Apple. That's starting to look kind of good. After the mob throws you in the Hudson, there's a chance they can find your body. I feel like if you were murdered by the mafia, that, they would just throw your watch away before throwing your body off a bridge. Also, they use the East River, not the Hudson. When you throw bodies in the East River, the current pulls them down and takes them out to sea before they resurface. He knows too much. I swallow an apple tag every day to specifically ward off any river disposals. Here's a better question. Can you plant tracking devices in your children yet? That's got to be a thing, right? Like, cats have them. Yes. Why does every parent not do that? Mm, unless you want your children taken. I suppose I didn't think of that. Sight out of mind. Anyway, Fubo up another penny. I know. It's going to the moon. 1 penny at a time. The only reason the SPY is ripping is because I bought puts. I mean, I'm going to use this opportunity to buy puts too. I like puts. SPY end of day predictions? Well, it broke 39.50 and it's moving up. 4? Well, 39.8 and then 4. When it broke 39.50, I told you guys it was going to go up more. That would have been a good time to buy calls. That's what I did, as I bought calls at that time. They're up bigly. Rising tide lifts all boats. To some degree. If you put a tracker on it, then not only can you track it, but then so can someone else. Maybe the government, maybe the bad guy you're worried about. So, at least you know where it is. Kids are a huge money sink, and the economy's already hard enough. Why would I want to track my kids when them running off saves me money? True. Have you had show number 500 yet? Have you thought about a milestone celebration episode? I don't know. What show number is this? Does anybody know what day it is? Today's Wednesday. Should I buy more spy puts so we can keep ripping? As long as you have enough time, they're good, right? No, Fubo's not about to bust. It's about to move up to $3.66 and a tenth pennies. Show number 486. You could easily see that. Where? I have no idea where to see that. What do you consider to be long enough term theta on SPY moves? October? Yeah, that's what I'm targeting. I need to have a talk with the artists of the Louvre. I'm going to retract my calves if I don't start getting some stream cards. More Carl Loti stream cards. I need highly relevant stream cards, and I'm running out of relevant ones. I will throw everyone in the Louvre a pizza party. What? I don't know what stream card was yours, Popcorn Trader. You didn't DM me anything. I'm just saying the Louvre has been slacking, and just because it's the period in between OPEXs when the price is cheap, this is when the stream cards are most important. I never got a Ryan Cohen rug pull stream card. I've only got JPOW stream cards up to Jackson's Hole, but never his climb out of Jackson's Hole. I don't have an OPEX cycle tracker on an Apple Watch. I'm just saying. I know you're gone right now, Trash. I noticed slightly bullish shift in the deltas on Fubo chain the past week. Could rip 6 or 7 if we cross 4. Thoughts on the idea? I don't disagree with you. It may take a little time though. Some of those heavier like put positions don't expire to the 16th. That's why I'm kind of eyeing OPEX for it. Like I have some positioning, but I'm not sure if it's got enough volatility short positions to really run. How many holes does Jackson have? Or is it just assumed that it's that hole? At least one. Hence the namesake. Yeah, so Fubo used to run on the cycles, Bob, and then it kind of fell off as, interest in it died down. But interest in it's picking back up again, and I'm very curious to see if it gets spun back up into the cycles. If it does, it'll be very, very profitable for people getting in at like $3. Especially over time with compounding cover call gains, and quite nice. Aloha, Gurk. Hello, Hawaiian Platypus. Hope things are well for you. Monthly check-in that you don't care about. I'm finally starting to see some gains from learning to sell cover calls after the splividend. Ways to go, but figuring things out. Thanks. Congratulations, man. GSAT suspended because of the drop. Jackson has 7 holes? That's a lot. That's more than one. I mean, a standard face should have 6. 5? Well, do you count eyes? Are eyes holes? Eyes are not holes? We're not gonna go down to pores and tear ducts. That's ridiculous. Fubo will run again. It will carry all my hopes, dreams, and my port and my marriage on its tiny, glorious angel wings. I think the important thing is it's worth 5 more cents than the last time we talked about it. Let me put it like this. If you could stick a pencil in the hole, if not, it's not a hole of the face. Okay, fine. So 5. So minimum 7, maximum 8 holes that the Jackson could have. But you can stick a pencil in your belly button, though. Don't do that, but you could. Belly button's a hole. How do you work on not trading on emotion? Oh, I don't care if I lose money or make it. That helps a lot. I mean, knowing and managing your risk and having a plan is a really good way to not let the psychology take over. The belly button is not a hole, it's a crevice. It's true. Any chance of Jimmy surprising today on earnings? A small chance. Uh, DMs, I made you a stream card. Yay. That's fucking terrible, Carl. But I love it. I'll use it. You know, it's good for you to do art once in a while. I've heard it helps suppress rage. Yeah, it's a Fubo's in a very similar situation to like BBBY before it popped. So yeah, I think if there's some upward pressure, it can run a decent run at least. Well, the difference is Fubo's becoming a successful company. BBBY is dying a slow death. I don't see any volatility. There was like a massive sell-off, right? Well, Fubo crossed back over the really important low resistance at 363 today, which is good for that like long-term trend. Like on the 4 hour, I mean, there's another resistance at like 3, like a big resistance at like 379, and then I think 390 is going to be kind of interesting. Um, After that, you know, like 420, 416, 416, 460 is a big one. That's really important. Crossing 460, you start to see a lot of calls getting hedged up. I think that it could, that's probably a good price point for like a run to trigger. Revlon Little MOASS. Ooh. Ah, fib. Fibbing. Revlon flat as fuck today. $330-ish or lower. Yeah, anywhere in like sub 350 really is a solid price on Revlon. I think my cost base is like just above that. Ooh, fuck. Big moves. Do you sell any CCs today before earnings? Not yet. Oh yeah, Fubo, sorry. Not Rev. Fubo. Spend it because of partnership with Apple? Oh, did they partner with Apple? I have no idea what's going on with it. Look at Cat doing its thing. Apple PT of 165. No? Current PT for Apple is 159. Spider 400 again? 3980 is going to be interesting. We may see a rejection pretty soon. If there's more put selling, maybe we keep going up. But I'd watch this resistance really, really closely. That's beautiful trash. Can you title it Finally Out of Jackson's Hole? SPY calls printing quite a lot, actually. But then you sell them and you buy puts because the economy is a pile of shit. I'm gonna set a stop on my Apple calls. Rushed it, set a limit sell instead of a stop limit. 12% profit, rookie mistake. I should be flogged. You'll have to do that yourself. The flogging. How does one pick good SPY puts for October or November? Well, ideally you buy them when the market has run its course to the upside, which could be several days from now. There are big put positions that are probably going to start moving, especially if we break 400. So near term, long, short term, short, or long term, short. Near term, short term, long term, short. You can DCA into them. Just don't do what everyone always does and fucking like YOLO your entire net worth into 380Ps that expire in 2 weeks. You know? Like ease into strikes as the price climbs. I think Grook is attacking my 0TT SPY puts right now. This isn't a stream card. It's not even the right format. And who's this person? Why are they holding an egg? This is almost as bad as your technical analysis. Out of the money. GSAT gonna rip on the unhalt. We'll see. I'm gonna buy $2 calls. I'm gonna place a limit order at 13. No, you know what? This is the one we already have, Nesquick. That's the member stream card. You can't rehypothecate the stream card and send it to me again. What do you mean? Okay, that's just a fucking nacho cheese Dorito. Probably a straddle, Paris. Rev looks like it's about to squirt on all time frames, and the tip's about to touch. I'll check in a second. 1 hour timeout for the pickle jar for posting dancing Gert gif. Really? Oh, that's between you and Carl. I'm not getting involved. I just bought another 35C rev call and saw a 100 volume candle on the chart. You're welcome. Nice. I love that they're buying 100 shares to hedge your 0.35 or 0.3 delta call. Carl, yup. Can you check ADMA chart? ADMA. My buddy works there, says tons of suits have been walking around asking questions for the last month. Possible buyout or layoffs. Both bullish for the stock, right? I mean, I think assuming that people in suits walking around is going to affect the price of a business's stock is pretty far-fetched. Nothing's happening with GSAT. It's suspended. If only there was sort of a correlation between getting timed out and doing things that will get you timed out. Interesting. I broke a 2x4 over my friend's head. Is lumber gonna skyrocket again? No. But you might go to jail. Potential monthly income for lending them out isn't very good. It's not nearly as high as the return on covered calls. $43 OK KOI and Rev now. If this ever breaks up, the MM is gonna feel the pain. Yeah, big time. I think I'm in too deep. I can't stop laughing at your niche financial humor. Went to a Kohl's to buy something. Went to the cosmetic section in Sephora, and the girl told me the Revlon stuff was taken out 3 months ago. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I'll look at Revlon. Just because it's in a wedge. Yeah, Revlon looks pretty fucking spicy. Tomorrow's the T plus. Today and tomorrow are the T plus days from the T plus 35 days from the August 1st and 2nd price action. So maybe finish squart. I'll show you exciting things. But I feel like Dork already shared this one. Hmm. Ah, that's gorgeous trash. It's everything I could have ever wanted. Head and shoulders on Spy. I think it's just finding its level again. Could bounce here. Looks okay. Left a little gap to the upside, so. Although I'd like to see it fill here before end of day. Like this 39.62. It may not, but anyone ever recognize you from the stream IRL? Probably, but I don't want to. They didn't say anything or coo at me. Apple dying? No, you're just impatient. Okay, Zakire's not allowed in the Louvre. People are DMing nudes. No, I don't think so. I don't use T35. I use 35C. It's T plus 2 plus 35C. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to be watching GSAT. Stopped out of spy calls. Good day. Thanks, Gurk. Nice, man. 1,000 Fubo shares or Jimmy calls. Up to you, man. Which one are you going to lose less money on? Jimmy 25 end of day? Maybe. I mean, if the market comes back up, it'll probably pull us back up a little bit. This looks like another November repeat where we go down for another month. Do you think September OPEX looks bullish? It kind of looks bullish. I mean, I'm going to get exposure to the September OPEX either way. And then if nothing happens, I'll just pull it back, right? What do you have your aspect ratio set to fit all that on your screen? Mine gets so crowded when I try to ghost your setup. I have no idea. I think it's like my monitors are 2K. What do you say, friend? One last YOLO for old time's sake, until next week after payday. But my float now, please. Rev hugs. Oh, Jesus. How far out are you going for September OPEX? October, probably. Are you streaming the earnings call? Yeah, afterwards. I'll start another stream for it. Thank you, sir. I captured gains on the spy. Congratulations, man. No, GSAT wasn't in Pickles Picks. Far too speculative. Always paddling. Quick name. Yep, they priced up calling me quite a bit today so far. Who makes all your YouTube thumbnails? Do you make them or do you have a graphic designer? I don't make I used to make them a long time ago. Now they all just get made by like whoever wants to make them. The Artists Union of the Louvre. My medication is capitulating. Oh god, not again. But I was gonna use Carl's art for the earnings call. Oh hey, look at it go. It's gonna fucking move all the way back to $6.80. Biggest mistake in the last 18 months: promoting Carl to mod, or taking a private plane to visit Han. I didn't visit Han. It was definitely promoting Carl to mod, but I didn't visit Han. So if Jimmy OPEX doesn't run for September, would it be downhill from here? Or should we have been even more should we be even more hopeful for October? It wouldn't be a very good sign if there's no run. I mean, I'd get exposure for October OPEX, but I wouldn't feel very confident in it. If you were DFE, would you buy the Revlon float? No. So far, I've made $5 on TQQQ2 DTEs. Hashtag winning. Really, mine are up like 50%. How are you only up $5? I did 825 trades this year and made around 80 or around $50. Congratulations, Kenny. You're beating the market. Yeah, 26% failed to volume ratio is good, as long as the volume failed was high. The Rev 35C Jans or the pickle volatility swap. Our sheet metal suppliers are saying they expect major price drops through Fab. Some are even saying mild steel pricing will come down to pre-COVID levels. I don't think that'll happen, but still. Huh. Maybe they just like over ordered. Please adjust the screen for SPX. Apple downs. Small ones. Possibly. We'll see if it grabs support here. Like I said, really hard for it to cross $7. Supply chain shortages just trickled into my routine. Walgreens just called to tell me about nationwide shortage on 30 XR Addies. Oh shit, the country's about to become a lot more unproductive. Well, there goes the GDP, guys. We're out of Adderall. I'm going to short everything now. No, Fubo hitting $33.70 is not MOASS. Is he being serious about the Adderall? It's because of the implied volatility and where it is on the smile, Mr. Gold. It's properly priced for the current IV. Like the delta value of the Rev 35Cs is not mispriced. Out of Addies, am I gonna have to resort to snorting paprika off my desk just to scratch the itch? A lot of the puts on Fubo. It's not so much a wall on Fubo, but yeah, a lot of the puts on Fubo expire on the 16th. Which is good for OPEC's move. What's your cost basis on Fubo $5 leaps? Do I have that open right now? I'm not sure. They were cheap as fuck. What are they right now? That's not Fubo. That's also not Fubo. 67 cents? I think I got roughly around here. Might be a little lower. IV was lower. but not much cheaper than that, I don't think. I don't have that brokerage open right now. Yeah, but I bought mine before the big move on the 16th. Why does Red feel like it's in the same period that Bobby was in at the 5th at 5? If the puts break down, it's over. It's in a similar position. That company my friend works for makes Adderall. Maybe the suits are just there to snort what's left. That's possible. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be watching GSAT. That's still not halted. Or unhalted. Is this shit gonna unhalt? Doesn't yeah, it doesn't fucking look like it. Yeah, suspended and halted are different. Halts are usually like Luddle. Suspension is like the trading of the stock was pulled pending news. Yeah, there's no way of knowing when it comes back. They'll probably just halt it into close so all the institutions can buy in during after hours. Right? Limit up, limit down. DC Varix. If Fubo hits $30 like BBBY, I'm coming to New York to let you flog my wife, and she's pretty hot. Cool. I'll put that on my calendar. Which celebrity would you sleep with? All-time favorite. I don't know. Definitely not Emma Stone. Patton Oswalt so I can get information out of him. Lisa Sue. Well, Selma Hayek would be pretty high up on the list. But so would Kate Beckinsale. Well, do we pick the era? Actually, you know what? Kate Beckinsale's keeping it together pretty good. Anna de Armas. I don't know who that is. Kate Beckinsale's like 50 now. Yeah, but she looks exactly the same. Except maybe more plastic. Audrey Hepburn, but not dead. Pink Ranger circa 1994. uh what's your type? Be honest. Generically hot. Generically hot, kind of bitchy and high maintenance. Skinny big tits. No, I try to avoid dating Italians. Stop describing my wife. Gal Gadot? She's really pretty. Not really though. You know, if she'd never made the movie Wonder Woman, possibly. But after seeing that movie, never. Do we usually see this level of shorting pre-earnings? Usually we get annihilated post. Why not both? And yes, we do. And everyone complains the same way and talks about how much they're down. It's my favorite part of OPEC's confirmation. What's the most bullish thing that can happen during earnings? Okay, hold on. Let me think. So RC grabs the mic. He announces that Microsoft has offered to buy out GameStop at $135 a share. Simultaneously, they're doing an equity buyout of Baby from BBBY. So Microsoft is buying not only GME, but Baby as well. Wait, did I get a fill on my calls? Damn. I didn't fill. Lame. I gave it so much breathing room, too. That was bullshit. I'm just gonna set a limit sell for these. I'm back? Okay, cool. No, my power went out. You guys almost saw the inside of my apartment. I was gonna start a stream on my cell phone. Battery backup? No. I should probably get one of those. I'm not blurry. Did I miss anything cool? I don't think so. It's just plastered with pictures of Lisa and old earnings charts. YouTube downgraded my stream to 240p. I didn't leave Discord. Oh. There we go. Okay, everything's fixed now. Market's looking good. Shouldn't have told us the Microsoft plan. I don't think it was a coincidence that your power went out after talking about RC's plans. Maybe not. What do you think of selling those GME just before close? Probably, yeah. Price moved back up, so. Turn my air purifier back on. There we go. Fucking lack of white noise was bothering me. Did or does Sava run with meme stock OPEC cycles? Not directly, no. It had some cyclical price action, but they weren't on like OPEC dates necessarily. Some were, some weren't. I don't think the term white noise is anything to do with the color of the noise. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with my 385 puts on the SPY. Now that the market rallied, it's an easy decision. Diamond hands. Yeah, it helps, right? Confirmation that I'm dependent on your voice to stay calm. When you started spinning, froze, I panicked and sold my Apple calls like it was the end of the world. Well done. What's the story with GSAT then? They got like a contract to provide satellite emergency satellite service for the new iPhones. Some sort of bullshit. Apple GSAT doing a thing together. Holy fuck, Snapchat moving? They pull back like more security protocols. Tinfoil theory, JPOD did QT on Con Ed and not SPX, all because I put the stream on Discord audio only. It's possible. Dude, Snap's gonna rip. Should I YOLO into this too? Get burned on two things at once? Oh, wait. Wait, someone texted me? That's weird. Oh, it was Fidelity. No, this kind of move is like almost always, well, I don't know. Snap has a lot of open $12 interest, but generally these kinds of moves always end up moving bearish before they recover. I've never watched Battlestar Galactica. Is it worth it? Is it like a book? Can I just read the book instead? Here's what happens. RC announces a bunch of positive shit. You know, expanding their e-commerce sales, advertising, opening of the fulfillment centers, and then GameStop rips, right, through after hours. 30, 40, like they're not even resistances. Tomorrow morning, Kathy Wood announces a position in GameStop. The stock drops to $5. Keep going, I'm almost there. No, that's the end of it. That's the whole story. Is the volume on Rev a sign of its illiquidity and how hard it will rip soon, or just that it's dead? I need Rev to kablam so you can get me a GT3. No. Here's how it works, right? So GSAT announces a partnership, and now institutions want to buy it. But institutions don't want to buy it at $3. They want to buy it at $2. So they're going to make that happen. With crime? No, not crime. Just their big bags of money. It's not consensual. And in fact, the stock doesn't like it. If you make an ETF, you should call it crime. It's a good name. What's the white stuff on your hat? Oh, Ferrero Rocher stickers? Rocher? Is the R silent? Candy stickers. When's the last time you showered? This morning? I had a dentist appointment today. Is this a new fashion trend? Flexing wealth by demonstrating that you can afford luxury candies? It is now. You've made it a thing. Natty, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. You know how we do.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope.
Whoa, churro. Baba good for 100C? I don't know if I'm ready to play Baba yet. It's being a sneaky little bitch, though, isn't it? My $80 calls on AMD are money right now. TQQQ was the best investment of the morning. SPX calls are the best investment of the afternoon. Apple going for intraday high. Yep. DLTR ripping back to 160. That sounds exciting. It looks like it's dead. Like the run's dead. It did move up though. But there may not be much left in this. Any info on why the market is running today? Because people have to close their massive short positions. You shorting now or waiting for entries? Waiting for entries. This rally could last a few days. I should say more than a few days. It could last a little while. What's slippery about Apple? What's your Apple price target? It's in the chart from last night. Does nobody... Are you guys... Hold on. Are you guys paying for Dillionaire and then not looking at the... Like, the Discord? Absolutely. That's the most pigeon whale thing I've ever heard. That was that guy who donated an entire year of pigeon whale. It was like, I don't need this shit. Thank you so much, Natty. Yeah, that's definitely gonna help with the power bills. Now, what delta is the risk too high for GME-CCs in your opinion? I mean, none of them have a risk that's too high. They're all above my cost basis, but they tell you the risk inherent. It's in the delta, right? So, 90% chance of not going in the money at 0.1, 80% chance of not going in the money at 0.2, so on. Wait, what? Wait, I've been paying this whole time. Thank you, DJ Datrix. Y'all pay money for this. Pigeon whale is the highest form of tithe for the cult. False. There are higher metrics for, or higher levels for gaining my favor. I only do this to make it stop flashing at me. I don't care for it. Thanks, Jade. I do the best I can to listen to you at work. While sometimes I work and then see Pickles Picks. Ah, they are links. I appreciate listening to people boggle your mind. Thanks. I'm not sure how I feel about that. How do you become a billionaire? You are one, Daniel Mushrush. It's our anniversary. I've been here for 12 months. Oh my god. Fine. Where do you want to go for dinner? You pick the place. I was hoping you wouldn't notice. I really should eat some food today, right? This is how draining your bank account looks like. I'm just here so I don't get detention. Yeah, well, that's accurate. French laundry? Alright. Rhino, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Message me on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man. If you're gonna invite me, might as well invite all of us. I'll order pineapple pizza with a decaf Americano. Yeah, you're not coming. I've officially set Amazon downs to green and ups to blue because of the blue balling my puts. Theo, welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're becoming zillionaires, all you gotta do is hook up your YouTube to your Discord account. But if you can't figure it out, DM me and I'll send you a picture of it. Thank you so much, guys. $12 months and we're finally going on our first date. You sure we're not moving too fast? I mean, I can bring a chaperone along if you want. I'll bring a chaperone. I wouldn't want anybody to think you'd been indecent. Are you still holding your 916 cat calls? Yeah? Why? Did it go down? Yeah, it's doing good. Bullish. Is your chaperone hot? No, it's Carl. Or J-Fresh. I mean, either way, they're just gonna sit in the corner of the restaurant shitting in a litter box trying to make eye contact with you. Listen though, no fucking kissing on the mouth. It's my only rule. I don't want my biome upset. Yeah, they both do it. Sometimes they do it in the same room. It's really funny. When you were a young lad, did you think you'd grow up just to be inclined to simultaneously trade stocks and herd a couple thousand cats on any given day? I just wanted, when I was little, I just wanted to be rich. That's all I cared about. Like, for the entirety of my childhood, I was devising schemes to make more money. What phone do you have? Samsung. Oh, and I would write my parents' budgets because they were like too poor to buy me toys, but I thought they were wasting money. And so I would like write them up monthly budgets and show them how with a small number of cutbacks they could easily afford to buy me the things I wanted. It never worked. How he schemes to conquer the world. At some point, you said you thought the SPY might top out around 400, 403 on this run. Is that still your PT or has it changed? Um, it could rise depending on the amount of support it finds at these levels. And obviously, I need to look at OI tomorrow and see kind of how it's shifting, right? If we're going to start seeing more and more put sell offs, we can keep pushing up. How old were you when you started doing that? I don't know, like 6, 7? By the time I was 10, I realized it wasn't going to work. 36. I'm not 36 yet. $34 in centaur years. Let's go to Damaka? What the fuck is that? It's got 4.1 stars. I'm not eating there. Nope. You know, I said you pick, but if your pick is garbage, I'm not gonna let you pick. Should we get Jimmy calls for what? Do you wear hats to nice restaurants? Sometimes. $4.1 might as well be McDonald's. I mean, right? $2 and 4.1 stars. Get the fuck out of here. Me nor my parents are a centaur. You got that P.O. box up yet? I've still got that Wacom tablet for you. Son of a bitch. I forgot about that. I'll try to remember to do it. Right now, Trash is furiously searching. You know, it doesn't have to be New York Trash. It could be anywhere in the country. Cetus pump time? No, the Cetus pump is over. Roscoe's Chicken. That'll be good. I need to do some stuff in California in like the next month. Hmm. Let's hang out. It's tricky. When am I gonna have a weekday to do anything? Check your inbox. What'd you put in it? All right, that's pretty awesome. I'm definitely gonna use that, by the way. Will you take a private jet? I don't know, maybe. Jimmy's really making me want to sell some fucking cover calls right now. Wait, is it the same? I think Jimmy's just pushing up with the market. Amalia, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I'm not staying at anyone's house. Anyway, J-Pow can not rug pull the spy tomorrow. He could just say the things they expect him to say and nothing new. What if it's not a house, but a mansion? Yeah, I'd probably still stay at a hotel. Any recommendations for DC? I've always wanted to go to the Smithsonian. Darth is suggesting Canales in Seattle, and that looks amazing. Yeah, but there's nothing amazing about Seattle. DC's alright. The Smithsonian's cool. But now you're like, that's a lot of stuff to do in one day. Dinner and the Smithsonian? Let me know next time you need a private jet. Oh, can I borrow yours? I'll pay for fuel. I only like to fly in airplanes where I have a parachute. Do you know how to use one? Doesn't matter. Still a better chance than leaning over my lap and praying. It bugs me more than it should that you hate Seattle. I don't hate Seattle. It's just depressing as fuck. The parachute is less safe than the plane you're flying in. Yeah, but I have 2 chances that way. I do hate Philadelphia and New Jersey. Why do you value your life so much? Well, because it's mine and I like it. Just remember, if I ever fall off a balcony in New York, Ryan Cohen pushed me. Or Kenny. It was one of the two. It's never too soon. You're either too soon or you're too late. Play full bull, it's time. Genie's having some really unreasonable price action right now, and I like it. It makes me not want to sell covered calls, though. No CCs? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to sell them yet. The price is still going up. You got to time the top. What if it breaks 25 and they up price $30 calls? Oh no, my mouse died. Ew. Yeah, that's what I should have bought. Sierra Mar and Big Sur. Wireless mouse, I knew you were a shill. I just don't want to be, tied to anything. It's like a Logitech expensive one. Sam's Chowder House in Half Moon Bay. I've been there. It was okay. Show us your mouse. I have this one. It's like, I don't know what the fuck it's called. It's like a G502 light speed. Wrists. That's what you were trying to get out of me. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Philosophical question. What is a better opposite of a bull? A cow or a guinea pig? It's a good question. Guinea pig. BlackRock secret signal. Market rally into close? Maybe. GSAT dead? We'll see. I might buy them back if like I'll probably buy them back into next week. Sometime into next week. Or Jimmy rips overnight and I buy him back tomorrow. Did your cover call get bought instantly? No, I had to adjust. EPM puts still on the menu when over 320, as long as you have time on them. I keep buying out of the money options and I keep losing money. What's the winning lotto number this time? Oh, that's not how that works. Yeah, October's probably okay for a like really what you're playing on EPAM is a drop on NASDAQ and its massive downside gap. So, this is a good time to average down or position if you have farther dated puts. I caught some of the last move to the downside like last week with nearer dated puts, but mostly I just shorted the stock. Don't forget that it was it was at like 460 not that long ago. Yeah, I'm streaming earnings. Could you theoretically wait until open to sell CCs? Still capture crush, albeit less? Not really. You'll probably not capture crush if they're bad. Sorry I missed the stream due to the hospital. What happened? Have a position based on... Have you positioned based on price action into tomorrow's speech? I mean, I still have puts, and I bought SPX calls earlier today. So yeah, I mean, they're both in the money, but I'm hedged. Made it cool 200 on the SPY rally. Thanks for teaching us to be patient and find a confirmation. Here's your cut. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man. Can Fubo hit $4 next week? Possibly. Hmm. I'm setting after hours buys for Jimmy at 23 and 20. I'll probably set some at 20. Some heavy call buys today for October. It feels like someone knows something. Farm play. I don't like using options flow to pick plays. A lot of times that can be really meaningless. Was it better to do it? It would have been better to do it on today's like low than it is now, because earlier today, you know, you had crush. Option flow can just be a hedge or part of a swap. Yeah. I don't think seeing large amounts of calls being bought is necessarily bullish or good. Neutral EPS would be very positive. Very, very positive. FSLR continues to mult up pretty bigly. I have calls on it. It's just been moving up. Are you comfortable spending $54,000 on a bottle of wine? Not really. $215. I don't even like wine that much. Like, it's okay. Yeah, positive EPS would be nuts. Do you think DRS numbers will impact short hedge funds to cover their short positions? No. That's what happened to the VW screws after they announced how much Porsche owned. I mean, that's not what happened with Porsche. Porsche bought the entire company all at once and then announced it the next day. This is like people DRSing shares over the course of several months and then announcing those numbers every few months. Where are we on the VW chart? The part after it runs really hard. Decades. Yeah. DRS expectations this quarter, up, down, flat. I would say the rate of increase would probably have dropped off a little bit. No, Porsche didn't DRS their shares. Can they just keep duping ad infinitum? Yeah. Negative DRS, positive EPS. Yeah, Fubo's up to $3.71. How exciting. No, I don't have butterflies in my tummy before earnings. I've got $3.71. 71.5 cents on Fidelity. Nice, man. Yeah, Fubo still outperformed the market. Did it a little bit, right? Not a lot. Yeah, a little bit. take profits into close? Hmm. DRS prediction is 70 million shares as of 7/31/2022. Okay. Bet you $1 that Revlon will finish at the unholy number. How long have you been a day trader? Like 4 years now? How did you get into options? They were better than stocks. That's on the upper range of this run on the SPX. This could have been the repositioning we were expecting. I agree that there's some possibility, and am thinking about cutting back some of my calls into close. Although I feel like we would get far more upside from big repositioning than just this. I'm just worried about Powell's speech mostly. Yeah, nothing wrong with taking profits. I can reopen this shit tomorrow. I'm gonna leave my SPY straddle up though, or my SPX straddle up. Remember that one guy that went broke taking profits? Me neither. Yeah, right. There's always tomorrow. We don't know what the fuck Powell's talking about. That's the problem. What's up, other shill? Caterpillar, I don't know about though. I don't want to take profits on Caterpillar right now. I should, but I don't want to. I bet Volker. Yeah, if we'd moved up above 400 instead of just into the 398 range where I expected resistance anyway, I would have been a little more confident being long into the morning. So I'm just gonna keep my straddle through tomorrow and see how it plays out. How much would you bet that Jimmy gives zero guidance? I mean, they've spoken on their dislike of giving guidance previously. Yeah, earnings calls after market close. Ding ding. So Fubo doing good today. Even Jamie kind of clawing back a little bit of its losses from this morning. Revlon just flat. Closed at 668. And the SPY moving up nicely. I'm gonna check the OI in the morning and see how we're looking on put positions closing out, but I definitely think we saw some profit taking today. This can continue for a few days as the current short positions on SPX and across the market are quite large. So, you know, if it holds this range, provided Powell's speech isn't extremely bearish, I think we can see more upside. But it is very close to that the kind of the expected range. So I'd be really careful trying to go long tomorrow. Probably a better opportunity to enter short positions than it is to enter long ones. But there could be still some more upside. Ups into SLD? Yeah, that's, I mean, usually what happens, but we'll see. I'd want to confirm that break over 400, some consistent, more consistent upside after that. I haven't discussed DTC. All right, that's about it for today. I will be back on closer, like, well, I'll start the next stream right away, but I'll be back on for the earnings call when it starts. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye.